My mic is muted. My mic is muted. Hello. Hello. Hi. Good evening. Good evening. Hello. Hello. Yo. What's up, chat? Yo, chat. What's up, chat? Yo. Hi. Oh my God, Mitch with the tier 1 for 8 months in a row. 8 months in a row is crazy, Mitch. Thank you so much.
Morning, Mitch just subscribe.
Yo, Mitch. Thank you. Thank you, Mitch. Also, someone subbed to me offline. Thank you. Thank you for subbing offline. Chat, do I get right into it? I'm literally wait. I'm literally late. I think I should get into it. Hi, Queen. Hello. Hi, I almost dropped my water all over myself. Hi, Mish. Hi, Mr. Woo Woo. Hi, Sanchit. Hello. Hi, Natalie. Hello. Hi, Sailor. Hello. Hi, Natalie Longlegs. Hello. Hi, Compro. Compro, what's good? All right, Compro. Hi, Natalie. Hello. I said hi like twice already. Hi, Green Rider. Hello. How are you? How are you, Mitch? How are you, Queen? How's everyone doing today? How's everyone's Thursday? Huh? How is everyone's Thursday? Everyone have a good Thursday? You said to me hi time. Well, hi again. Hello. All right, let's get into it. I'm addicted. Okay, I don't know what else to say. I'm just addicted. I'm like really heavily addicted. There we go. There we go. Okay. Do I add everyone again? Chat, do I add everyone once again on Discord? I'm doing it again. Just so I can be annoying. Live. I love pinging. Pinging. There you go. There we go. I pinged one more time. I love just like annoying people on Discord. And then I get that DM saying like, hey Andres, could you stop pinging me please? Like, bro, it's my Discord, bro. No way people get pressed. No way people actually get pressed. No shot, right? Dude, I'm literally getting right into it. It's crazy. That is crazy. Not perch practice. I want to do cycle practice. Come on. What the? Oh no, I clicked the wrong one. It's fine. It's dark. Okay. Chat, please keep boxing for me, please. How dare you ping me? I'm unsubbing. No, please. Hi, L. Wait, is it Ellie or L? I was for yo. Am I dumb? Have I been calling you Ellie and it's actually L? Golf. All right, here we go. I wonder how many notifications some people have for your server if not active. True, low key. I wonder. All right, we have shipwreck. Cool. That's a crazy ship. The freaking cave. Wow. We gotta get this thing here first, right? We get this first. All right, 9. That's pickaxe. Okay. Bam. 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 Yeah, make an axe here. Then I just make. Bruh. My wood? Well, I need to get the food chest. I forgot to get the food chest. Oh no. Yep, I literally forgot the food chest again. Thank you for telling me. Oh my God, if I forgot, I would have forgotten. This is the food chest, right? Christmas, my love. I'm gonna buy myself a new laptop tomorrow, so I'll finally play Minecraft on normal FPS like W. W decision. Wait, Sancha, do I actually suck? Be honest. Am I worse than Stu? Ain't no way, right? You really can't be horrible. I can't be that horrible. Hi, Rosso. Hello. That's not good. I see why I have to make a boat now. I see why I gotta make a boat. Wait, I should make one now. I'm just gonna go out. Hi, Bryce. Yes, I'm gaming. I've been gaming for the past 10 minutes. Actually. Bryce, I'm addicted to speedrunning. Help. I know the basics. I know like I know how to like pirate now, and I just the only thing I don't know how to do is one cycle and spawner finder thing. Oh, it isn't there. And we gotta go down right now, right here. I'm a little behind. Oh, here you found the bastion. That's not good. I always forget. Bam. Oh, nice. Lovely. What? Oh. I might have to get some crazy lavas going here. Nice. I haven't touched a bozo head, bro. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Bro. Holy shit. You see what I mean, though? You see what I mean now? Hi, Crystal. Hello. All right, Crystal. Bro. I'm a little behind. Hi, Venu. Hi, Mickey. Wait, Mickey, why do you want to go back to sleep? It's already like 12 p.m., bruh. Stay awake. Yo, don't make fun of my routes, okay? Okay. Okay, I'll go. I'm a little behind. It's fine. It's fine. It's all good. It's all good. All right, Crystal. Also, how are you, Syndical? Hello. I mean, you still love 5 a.m. and I'm drunk right now. Didn't get wood again. Question? What's your question? I'm good. I'm doing great. Bro, why are these dudes blowing me, bro? Also, the blood throw the gold block out. I got to. No. I hate these things so much. Bro, what do y'all want from me, bro? You don't come up here, right? Hi, Stu. Fuck you, Stu. You ignored me yesterday. I hate you. I literally asked you a question. You just ignored me. Fuck you. Bro, fuck you, what, dude? Why am I so hostile right now? What question? I forgot my question. I already forgot. Oh, I told you I was addicted. You just left me on red. Like, on stream, you know? When me and the gang pull up. Bro's already in the fortress, bruh. Also, I don't belong in gold. I don't know who told me I could place in gold. I don't know who said I belong in gold, but I do not belong in gold, bro. Let's play Overwatch? Wait, let's play. After stream, I'm down to play. If you're not doing anything after stream. Wait, what the fuck am I doing up here? You're fake, Stu. You're actually fake, bro. You're actually fake. Okay, bro. We got the... Okay. Bro, fuck you. Chat, why am I so toxic right now? What the f... What's up, Yak? Hello. Swear it was over here. Bro's already blinding. I'm so late. What that portal? Oh my fucking god. Oh, that's my portal. Yo, what was that portal at? Anyone remember my portal? I need forges. Yeah, I know. Thank you, Venue. Appreciate it. What the? Oh, I found a portal. Bro, did my fucking blades drop? What is wrong with me, dude? Like, why do I always win by forfeit? Bro, I can never get like an actual game. Lucky mix. Lucky mix. Chat. Lucky forgot about tomorrow. Can y'all believe that? Like, what kind of friend forgets about tomorrow? Like, actually, dude, how do you forget about tomorrow? Lucky, what are you doing, bro? SMH. Oof. But why do like, oh, do I hate when people just like forfeit, bro? Just keep playing, bro. Please. Tomorrow's Venu's birthday. Venu, happy birthday, Venu. You were behind, sub 10 minutes. I know. It's fine, it's fine. Rosso, I will clutch up now. I clutch up. Wait, what is, does there gold behind like 2 minutes? Yeah, I know, exactly. I suck. I deserve like iron, bro. Jocelyn, hello. What's this song called? We are Bandy Paint. This is Butterfly Effect by Travis Scott. Travis Scott, Butterfly Effect. Why did I leave the room? All right. Too early. Too late. Okay. Fuck me. Bad. You're welcome. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, it's just like where do I see the dragon head, bruh? Like, I'm aiming at that little small head right there, right? Like what? I don't know. That was horrible. Iron 3. Why am I getting iron 3s? Should be getting like golds. The dash. Staying straight down helps it. Oh, so that's why earlier someone... Dude. Chloe yesterday, or 2 days ago, told me the same thing. To stand right below it. Or was that... Oh, maybe. I don't know. What is a seed? What? Is this, Wait, where's the... Oh, it's right here. I'm blind. Also, what's up, Dash? Okay. Hi, Peach. Hello. Hi, Peach. Hey, Peach. Hi. Bro, for real, Bryce. For real, bro. Fuck you mean. Sorry, that's the song. Yo, fuck this dire. Is that diorite? It was granite. I don't play Minecraft. Chat, do I have a W playlist? Honestly? Be honest. I cranked right last night. I've been down. Oh, wait, what elo are you? Now my goal is to destroy Booster. That's literally all my goal is. I want that guy to go down. Bro, it's 10 times better than me at speedrunning. Ain't gonna happen anymore though. I love her here. Holy Flint. Ah. Okay. Not too shabby. But this is fucking treasure. What am I doing? Thanks for lurking. I really appreciate it. Okay. What the f... Okay. I just sneezed. In case you guys didn't hear, I sneezed. Apparently they get arrows. Okay. Holy shit. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you guys. Thank you for the plus use. You know, I'm at my job. Someone said bless you once. Someone said bless you one time, and I said I don't like to be blessed. And that, yeah. What does that mean? Was that the truth? Like, what am I doing, bruh? Come on, come on. Come on, let's go. I get this. Only 9 obby. Where's the other obby, chat? I didn't loot the other chest, did I? I don't think I looted the other chest. Did I? All right. Wait, did I throw my string away? Oh no, I did. Oh no. What am I string? I threw my freaking flint and steel away, didn't I? Two more? Two more? Two more? Two more? That's over here. Unless I'm blind? Am I blind? 19. I got one more. One more, please. Wait, are they out? Oh, they're out. Oh shit. Wait, they're out of obsidian. What's up, Bandy? Hello. Man, fuck all these mobs, bro. I'm trying to freaking... Wait, I can't really find... Wait. Bro. Why are there so many mobs? Oh my fucking god. Check spare gold in your chest. Oh yeah. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god, you guys are still after me. Okay, okay, okay. Chill. Bro! If I die, I'm gonna forfeit. I have more gold, I forgot. I have 2 more golds. Okay. I still need 1 more obsidian so I can get the hell out of here. And plus, how do I even find the what the how do I find the portal, the thing here? Since this is treasure, right? And I can't really pie chart, I have to go break it. How would I find it here? Wait, what? You pro hang away, boat down. Oh, I thought I got a pro hang then. All right, we're gonna go for it. We're gonna go for it. How do I do this? Okay. All right. Okay. We're gonna go here. Okay. And then we're gonna do this, and we're gonna do this. Okay. I got a boat. Huh. What the fuck? Oh, he found it. Fuck. Aye! Mother f... Hi, Kyoto. Hello. Mother. 5 level blocks. No. Entities. Block entities. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Bro, let's me head over here. Yep. All right, they're pretty good. It's the Fortnite. It's the UHG sweat I still got. They react to anything that hits me. Bro, are you blind? Dude, you should have seen my game earlier that I had. I had someone that blinded inside the damn thing, by the way. Is that cheating? Like, how does one do that? Bro blinded inside the stronghold. Like, what? You blinded. Okay. It's actually incredible. Yeah, so what? Are we gonna... Can we agree that he was cheating or what? What in the fortune? What in the... What? Huh? Oh my god. Bro, what? I didn't do shit to you. Bro, where are they dropping from? They're like dropping like Fortnite people. Can you sneeze again? There you go. What the? Okay, just. Perfect. Thank you for the list. Yeah, I have my AC on just like cranked up right now, so. Fuck. I gotta throw one more, bro. There's no way. Dude, why they forfeit, bruh? Why? Dude, I can't. Stu, what is wrong with people? Like, why don't they just like continue, bro? Like, why do they forfeit? Is that just how it's gonna be? Like, just everyone forfeiting? Am I gonna hit gold 3 without actually? I'm like, what? Do I just gotta take my time? And they say GG. Like, I died twice and misplaced. Like, what? How? Like, okay, well, GG's. Like, I don't know what to do. Also, hi Mika's hello. Sometimes it's worse for the. Yeah, true. I mean, I did it yesterday. Another froggy feet. Wait, what? Froggy feet. Wait, who's froggy feet? Wait, what? Wait, I'm not froggy feet. Stu, you said. Wait, so you're such a good kitten, Stuart. You're the kitten. Well, Emerald 1. Yeah, Arctic. Brr. Like, I lost, bruh. Emerald 1. Isn't Stu here? Isn't Stuart an Emerald? I'm getting some. Wait, what? Wait, Minecraft. Wait a second. No way, Minecraft's adding drops, bruh. No way. Wait. That's actually a W. I can exclamation point drops. Wait, Venue, can you add that to the oh no. Could you add that to the title? Exclamation point drop, Minecraft drops or something? Try exclamation point drops. Get your Minecraft drops here, chat. Exclamation point claim to claim your Minecraft drops. Yep. Is it a message or is it like a Twitch sending to you? If it's a message, do not redeem whatever it says to redeem. Apparently it's glitch. Ah, I see. They're giving it out to everyone, I see. No, they should do it with Java. What are they doing? Like what? What of a face, right? Oh, this guy is good, bro. This guy is good. I swear, if this guy forfeits, I'm gonna cry. Bro, what? Is there two? Wait, there's two? No, there's only one. That one's the same one. Any weed? Wheat? Bro, I'm asking for weed, bro. I'm gonna say wheat. Pot friend. No wheat, huh? 1 block of wheat. That's it. That's all I get for food. No, that's all you give me for food, right? Chili, whatever. I'm going. Oh, there it is, right there. I don't know where to find the lava pool. See it? forgot the water bucket. I will be better than Boost for it. Trust me, I will. Okay, well, never mind. Not with this pace. Let's go. Chat, I'm giving you guys free codes. We got that added to the title, right? Come here for free drops. No. Okay. Hi, Vortex. Hello. Hi, Gracie. Hello. Wait, Bastion's over here, right? I'm not tripping. I read 89 this way. I was right. Hey, look, guys, I'm one of you guys now. See, I'm wearing gold. Wait, I'm actually screwed here? Hold on, I got an idea. Actually, no, I'm not gonna do it. Actually, I should do it. Wait, whoa, wait, am I supposed to... Am I found it? What? Okay. Fuck. This is bridge, you're right. Until lava pours on me, I'm gonna love it. Bro, I just wait. What? Oh, it's over here? Wait, is this bridge? Wait. If you see me anything doing wrong, Bryce, let me know, okay? Just message me the timestamps, and you already know. VOD review, VOD review, VOD review, VOD review. This is stables, right? Chad, did I get that right? Is it stables? Tonight, maybe tonight. What tomorrow? What are you doing tomorrow? Because tonight I might go to the gym after this stream session. Chat, is it? Wait, he already got... Bro. Okay. What, I need anything else? I got 13 pearls, but I don't know. Right, I picked the gold up again. What? Pearls? I have 13 pearls. Okay. I'm pretty sure the thing was over here, right? Fortress was over here. Back at spawn? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, it's over here. No, he's already blinding. No. But did I? I'm going the wrong way? Like... Huh? Bro. I went the wrong way. Bro, where is my place, bro? Wait, am I actually a bozo head? Am I dumb? I thought I blinded into the fortress. Did we not both go into the fortress at the same time? Yeah, we did. It's over here. Wow. Kier does exist. I love Kier. Fiend. Oh my god, perfect. Okay, what? Okay. Okay. L, Queen, get timed out. Queen got timed out because of the bot spam. L, 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 L. Okay. Wait, W song. One more, please. One more, please. One more, please. One more, one more, one more, one more, one more. Please, 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 please. Oh, come on, bruh. Please. Oh my god, I hear another one spawn. I'm just gonna kill this one over here. Okay, Vanu. My mods hate me. 160. Why should we be doing this next to the portal? Fuck. Come on. Wait, is it hidden? No, it's hidden. It might be hidden. Fuck. What? What? Nope. Oh my god. This guy just won, bro. Ew, like I hate GG's. Where was I? GG. Hey, I honestly I kind of caught up. Listen, where was it? Did I pass it? Wait, was it actually wait. Wait. Are you fucking serious? It was hidden? I was not finding that. I was not finding that, bro. That was hidden, right? Was that actually hidden? That looked hidden. Oh no. I'm throwing for content. Wait, that's actually crazy. Peace out, Ross. Good night. GG's. GG's. I go pee real quick again. Bablu, my name is Bablu and I smell like shit. Wait, right back. I'm gonna pee. Hi, I'm back. My name is Boblu, and I like Boblu, and I like Bada Boblu. B-Ween. Hi, B-Ween. What's up, B-Ween? How are you? Yo, chat. Yo, Boblu. Boblu. If I get a sub 12, you give me 30 gifted thoughts. Sub 20, 30 gifted. Yo. I bet sub 20. Okay, bet. Chat, he's agreeing on sub 20, 30 gifted, bet. Yo. Yo, did you hear about Minitech giving me $1 million when he gets 10 million subs? It's true, by the way. We actually shook on it already too. Wait, Bob, I actually forgot to DM you something last night. Bob, look at DMs. Wait, what the fuck is this? What? Good luck. Whatever you say, streamer, yes. This song is W. W scam. All right, sub 20, here it goes. Oh, never mind. This guy has a potato PC. Let's get it. Chat, if I win this game, I will donate $1 million to the first person in chat. I mean, the next person and whoever talks in chat. Yep. I'm so hyper right now. I don't know why I'm hyper. Okay. Okay. It's complicated. Don't forget about, dude. I know, bro. Don't forget about chat. Did y'all forget about tomorrow, by the way? I told y'all, right? Chat, don't forget about tomorrow. Like, actually, okay? Don't forget about tomorrow. Nobody in chat better not forget about tomorrow. Yep, tomorrow. Balbo, where's your PC coming? Bro, Balbo has no PC, and it's actually sad because I have nobody to talk to, chat. Balbo's my BBG, baby girl. And now I have nobody to talk to but Fans. I don't want to talk to freaking Fans. He stinks. He smells. Help. Sus. Sussy. Who are you calling sus, bruh? Oh, fuck. What am I doing, bro? Bawa broke his PC because he left it on for 2 years straight. And it finally gave up on him. I mean, come on now, chat. Who leaves your computer on for that many days, you know? Also, Sanchez, is this what I have to do now? I have to get golden carrots, not just regular carrots. And also, you said make a boat. Always make a boat, you said. But there's a dolphin here, though. Wouldn't that be faster travels? But then he might leave me. It's like Bob left me. By the way, chat, if you guys want free drops by Minecraft, XP point drops. It's free, I swear. I'm going the wrong way. Here you go, hot stuff. I'm fucking dead. GG's. Can we just go next? I might just FF, chat. I'm being honest with you. I might just FF if I don't find this damn lava ravine. No way it's all over here, bro. No way this guy made me travel all this way. Okay, he's already in. We need to go deeper. What? I got debated. What? Wait, what? Where am I supposed to go down? Is that right there? Chat, one day I'm going to Canada. I'm gonna go and just drop kick the shit out of Bob Blue. It's on, chat. It's on. It's on site when I see Bob Blue next time. Hey, I'm Mr. Scope. Hello. Yo, Bob Blue, do you know someone in my chat wants to drop kick you in real life when they see me? Apparently, isn't that crazy? Oh, they don't know. Bob Blue, they don't know. They don't know that I'm 5'7", bro. I forgot to get that. Oh my god. Yep. Ew. Like this guy already got Bastion, bro. Come on, give me first try flint, third try flint, fourth try flint, fifth try flint, sixth try, seventh try. Okay. I'm dead. I just hate this game so much, bro. Holy shit, bro. I fucking suck, chat. Oh my god. I fucking suck. We just have to literally play a little faster than him. It's fine. We'll play smarter. When I play smart, I mean a little dumber because I'm stupid. I'm stupid. It's Tuesday, innit, chat? It's Tuesday. Chat, Balo's 5'9". I literally tower this kid, bro. Chat, who would win in a game of basketball, me or Bablu? I'm 7'5". No troll. I'm fucked. I'm just dead here. I'm just dead here. From the east to the west. All right, chat, what's going on? Hey, what's going on, guys? I'm back with another YouTube video. I don't belong at gold. Get me out of gold, bro. I will literally, dude, I don't belong in this rank, bruh. True, bro, true. Bro, did you like my Twitch my VidCon drip? Tell me you did. Tell me you did. Tell me you did. Was I cute, Bablu? Say yes, say yes, say yes. Oh, you better say yes. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. The revenge piece went hard. I know, I know. No, 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 no. Okay, that was not bad. That was not bad. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, Qndres, that's me. Hi, hey, what's up? Hi, chat. Oh wait, chat. Did I tell? Yo. I'm actually. I can't tell you guys. I can't tell you guys. All right. If I win this next one, if I actually win without them not forfeiting, I'm the best player alive. All right. Sound good? Everyone shake on it. Cool. Shaking on it. October without the E. Okay, we're good. Okay. Chat, by the way, I drank some crazy coffee this morning from... Okay. Yo, chat. No, for real, though. Starbucks. Ready? Iced coffee. No... Okay. No, whatever the pump they use. No. Yeah, you gotta... What the fuck is that? Wait, what? Hold on, chat. 1 sec. I use the vanilla sugar-free syrup. Oh, fire. Okay. And then almond milk, right? And then easy ice, and then 2 stevia packets. You're welcome. You're gonna thank me later after that, by the way. You're literally gonna thank me later. Wait, what? From what? Wait, is this? Bro, wait. No, I have to freaking do the Wait. Where is a shipwreck? Am I stupid? Oh, it's right there. Okay. Well. Shout out October. October's very own. Oh my fuck. Come on, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. I gotta hurry up, I gotta hurry up, gotta hurry up, gotta hurry up, gotta hurry up, gotta hurry up. I'll be honest with the guy, if I can talk to him, I did not see this thing here, so I wanted to reset right away. Whatever, it's fine. He has some time on me. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. He has like 30 seconds on me again. Every person has like 30 seconds on me and I hate it, bro. Yeah, don't drink coffee if you can't drink coffee, you know? I'm not forcing anyone to drink coffee, but if you do want coffee, let me know. Hey mom, my streamer told me to drink coffee. Like, no. Don't do that, chat. Wait, why did it make Stone Age? What? Meow, 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 meow. Bro, what is wrong with me for meowing like 24/7, bro? I need to seek someone. I need to see a dog. Get it? Because okay, I'm just gonna stop talking, bro. We ain't canceled. It's like just dead lava because I should have known before. Dead lava. I should do 2x1s. So I should probably practice 2x1s. And guess what? I think it might bite me in the butt right now. Oh my god. Oreo cam? Chat, you already know Oreo isn't looking too hot. I'll be honest with you. She is very sick. Very sick. Sad. At night. What the? Oh my god, bro. You're literally, nobody likes you. There's a reason why you're a skeleton, because Minecraft didn't want to bring you to the fucking game. Sure. Sure. How do I spell R? Oh, dude. W. I suck. I don't belong in this rank. All right. Chat GG's. I won that. Okay, what? Bro. Wait, can someone do X point Elo real quick for me, please? I also miss Oreo. That's right. Oh my god. Oh, this guy beat me yesterday. Golf. Okay, I can't even type. Damn, were you just instantly into a game? Oh no. Wait, yeah, this is the guy. Ow, my neck, dude. To find your dreams, and I wonder. All right, wish me luck. Are you, bro? I swear to God, Mr. Scope, you ask me this every single stream, bro. You know what? You asked me one more time. I'm just not gonna do it. Ow, dude. I just like twisted my neck so much. Ow, it sure hurts. Dude, I swear you asked that another day earlier. Nah. Bro's trolling. Like where, bro? Where? I see it. Dolphin, come here. Come on, Dolphin, come here. Redemption arc? Hold up. Hold up. Let me cook. Let me cook. Let me cook. Let me cook. Hold up, chat. Let me cook. I'm cooking. Is that a freaking Nautica show? Gun. Okay. All right. They like me. Got them white teeth. 15. Gotta put the 6 in the row. Oh my god. Okay. Wait, what? Bastion's supposed to be over here. I don't see no Bastion. That's not very XQCL of you. $19.21. Okay, 30 entities over here, but where? Help, chat, help. Go around? Oh, bozo. I'm not a scammer. What? How did bro get there already? I tripping, chat? Or is this not the Bastion over here? Dude, what? I definitely, oh my fucking god. Alright, souls. If I land 5 backflips in a row, I get... Yo! Huh? This guy. Souls. Oh, souls. Chat, Souls told me not to go to TwitchCon. So I'm not going. Souls got mad at me and said, don't go. So I said, okay. So I listened. Okay, what do you mean there's proof? What proof of what? True, yeah, proof the 5 backflips right now. In a row. I'm gonna be honest with you, I kind of want to forfeit this game too. I was looking so much better and now can't find the damn Bastion. Like what? Bet, Souls, bet. FaceTime me later. Like what? I don't even want to play. Yeah, I'm just gonna, I don't care. I'm just gonna forfeit. I don't, dude. I suck. Dude, what did I just do to my neck, bro? I literally was like, ow. I looked to my left and it hurts. Souls, I'll drop 20 subs. Chat, 20 subs. I need to expect this. I don't even know where it was, bro. I want to expect this world. No, because then Souls, no, because then you're just gonna start a sub war, bro. Because someone else wants, no, dude, it's not, dude. That's the thing. That's the thing. Yeah, forfeited. Jesus, 600 blocks. I got ads. Damn. Why is this hash hub? No, because if I say 20 subs, someone's gonna be like, oh well, what about me? I want it. And then they're gonna give 20, and then it's gonna start like crazy controversy. But hey, I'm all for it. Chat, should I give Souls VIP for 20 gifted? Gay or nay? He already has like 100 gifted total. Qndres, the people want it. Someone's putting all their points on hell yeah, on hell nah, and hell yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't be fair. You're right. It wouldn't be fair because people have given a lot of gifted subs for it. But you know what, Souls, because you're my friend, and I do give it to my friends. Fucked it. Yes, you are my friend. There you go. There you go. There you go, Souls. Stop your friend. Frick. When we stream together, bro. That was actually okay. Those are two really good. Yeah, be there for the first stream back, bro. For real. When it DM me. Ow. Albotron. I'm watching the Logan Paul press conference. Apparently he got cut open. Oh, he did. Oh my god, he did get cut open. Damn. Soul's kind of mean though. You bullied me once. I have never bullied you. Do I need to call the therapist for you? Yes, I'm addicted. I am addicted. Yep. I do need a therapist. What's up, Leaf? Honestly, bully me like, dude, what are you on about? No, I don't. I'm your friend, Queen. Queen, I'm your friend, right, Queen? Please, smiley face. Most parasocial streamer, Dubs. Wait, is this a freaking ruined portal? It's Souls! Okay, bro's gonna say I'm bored. Bro, don't you dare say I'm bored, bro. Don't you dare, bro. If you say you're bored, you give that. Oh my god, bro. Oh my fucking god, bro. Fucking god, bro. Fucking guy.
Live has gifted a sub to Rabbit
Oh my fucking god, bro. Oh my god.
Solstice Live has gifted a sub to Ghost with or Scythe.
W in chat for freaking souls, bro. Oh my god, the 20 gifted Roonies. Wow, and Greninja was not subbed. Well, actually, hold on.
Solstice Live has gifted a sub.
I was feeling uninterested. What the fuck does that, bro? So you give 20 subs because you're uninterested? What the fucker? Chat, this guy is. Oh Solstice my fucking. What do you want me to do? Dude, yo, that's crazy how minutes I got one. Bro, what do you want me to do? Yo, stop saying you're. Bro, just gave me 50 gazillions gifted, bro.
Gifted a sub to Cosmic Owl.
Oh my god. Bro, how do I make these, bro? Okay, yo, chill, Souls. I hate to say it, but you gotta chill, Souls, okay, Souls?
Solstice Live has gifted a sub to
bro. Chat, can we get a W in chat for Souls? Common Souls W. What the fuck? Holy shit. Wait, actually, sub Dodgers.
Solstice
no way.
Live has gifted a sub to Mr.
Chat, I love Souls.
Live.
Why does he always saying he's bored though? Bro's always bored in my stream.
Solstice Live has gifted a sub to Marlon.
W Souls though. W Souls. Holy shit, the 40 gift the Roonies, bro. That's like $1 million, no? Holy crap.
Solstice Live has gifted a sub.
Holy shit. Oh my god. I have the attention span of a 4. Bro. Brother. Bro, you're crazy, bro. I love you.
Has gifted a sub to your favorite track king.
Oh my god, bro. I don't know how to feel, bro. W.
Solstice Live has gifted a sub to Hazelwood Hunt.
From my friend Minitech got one. Minute burn. God, I love Minitech and I love and buy Souls. Thank you for the 30 million gift, 40 gifted. Chat, give me a heart to chat for Souls again, please. Okay, let me focus up.
Solstice Live has gifted a sub to Death Walks 1.
Like, what am I supposed to do here in this situation?
Solstice Live has gifted a sub to Potato Pie 25.
I don't even know what I do in this situation. I just gotta restart? Like, what do I...
Solstice Live has gifted a sub to butter.
But you have to run to butter. W. Ah. Oh no.
Solstice Live has gifted a sub to Greninja.
Oh, not to Greninja. Why did Greninja get one? Really? Anyone but Greninja, let's be honest.
Solstice Live has gifted a sub to Jemmy E.
Oh my god. Bro really gifted one to my whole community.
Solstice Live has gifted a sub to the Creator Pilot.
Oh my god. Dude, everyone got one, bro. Bro, oh, I want to forfeit, bro. I hate not being home. I'm forfeiting, but I don't care. Give me, please put me in iron. Just put me in iron. Put me in iron. I don't care. Put me in iron. GG. Put me in iron. Please. Like, I feel this feels really shitty when I'm getting into another 5 minutes in. I don't belong to this rank, bro. Just give me iron 3. Stop giving me gold. Bye, Van Oga Knights. That's gonna be forever.
Sub to Justella.
Dude, actually, sub W Souls. I got Joe. No, this guy beat me earlier, bro.
Solstice Live has gifted a sub to not
You know
common.
me. Good luck. This guy has a freaking Feinberg skin on, bro. I'm gonna get freaking slapped. And of course, it's the damn same.
Gifted a sub to Mariana Eyes Peach.
Who? Bro, I swear I got so many people got some. Holy shit. Chat, how many subs am I at now?
Has gifted a sub to Joker's Lax.
Oh my god. Be so
Solstice
meow,
Live
meow,
has gifted
meow,
a sub
meow.
to Tyra.
Bye, Venu, though. Good night. Don't mess my groove.
Solstice Live has gifted a sub to Xiao_Zri.
I don't even know where it's at right now.
Solstice Live has gifted a sub to Exotic_Max.
Okay.
Solstice Live has gifted a sub to Rain_Dynasty.
Oh, and Rain got one. Dubs.
Solstice Live has gifted a sub to Main Pairs.
Main pair. Oh my god, bro. I gotta go down.
Solstice Live has gifted a sub to 1_AM_back.
Who?
Solstice Live has gifted a sub to Invisitimg.
So many people got one. Alerts still got, bro. Yeah.
Live has gifted a sub to Whiny Mosquito 2.
They're going all forever. Do you not remember when was it when Queen gifted like 200 subs? Shit went on forever. Shit went on for the whole stream.
Solstice Live has gifted a sub
no, at least for an hour.
Sheer 7.
I think 200 subs is like a whole hour just of constant. Yeah, I think Queen gifted 200, right, Queen? I believe so.
Solstice Live has gifted a sub to Damien_Man_.
Hi, Potato.
Friend.
Potato. Hi, Potato. How are you, Potato? Wait, Potato, what is going on in MC Mayhem, bro?
Gifted a sub to
Is this still happening or what's going on? I saw like Shalom's missing, right? Shalom on the one. Room getting cozy.
Solstice Live has gifted a sub to Dimonchito.
I don't know. I'm busy this weekend, so I don't know. Oh, I see. All right, I saw Twitter, and it's like the freaking owner of the event went missing, bruh.
Solstice Live has
It might be
gifted a
lore. It
sub
might be
to
lore though. It might be lore.
Icashico.
It could be lore. Honestly, yeah, true though. Freaking AFK, you got one. W. That's what happens when you lurk in my chat.
Solstice Live has gifted a sub to Spicy.
Bro, I
here.
want that check mark, bro. You know, I've been grinding for Twitch for 2 years, bro. I really want that check mark. I really, really want it. You should do /give space check mark to me, please. Just get it. Nah. You know what I should have done is getting it during the Bed Wars, bro. Everyone told me that I probably most like, you know, if I was actually like, you know, if I was quote unquote like you know, being cool. You see, this guy knows what I'm feeling. W mans. If I was in that Bed Wars meta, I would have gotten that a lot faster. But because I was in the UHC community, it didn't really happen. Because, you know, I was a big UHC sweat, not a Bed Wars sweat. I don't know. Bed Wars was resident sleeper for me. I couldn't do Bed Wars for like more than 30 minutes. I would get bored right away. Just keep grinding. You gotta keep it. Yeah, thank you, Potato. I hope, you know. I hope. I have 2 uploads this month, and hopefully I have another one. But I have 3. Hopefully I'll have 3 uploads this month. Hopefully that increases a little bit. Okay, next song. Yo, anyone in chat know how long coffee, how bad coffee gets after like 3 hours of just sitting here? Or is that bad? Should I not drink that anymore? It's like, it's just been sitting there. It's like the ice is melted already. I probably shouldn't drink it, shouldn't I? Sit down. Do too much. Get enough. Do too much. Ain't enough. Oh no. Bump down. Oh my fucking gosh. What a night. Ooh. Come on, let's get it. Wait, Mish, when did you get here? What the? I just saw your chat message. What the frick? Hi, Mish. Okay. I've been here just... Oh, okay, for sure. I'm probably blind then. I'm sorry. Forgive me for not saying hi to you earlier. I'm so sorry. Bye, Vanu. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Sleep well. Wait, Norway plays today. Wait, chat. Norway plays at 9:45. No? Oh, it's already 1:54. I'll sit down. Do too much. And then that's a horrible place too. Actually, might be a ravine, a water ravine. Come on. Okay. Oh, what? Yo, Flint? Yo, Flint trades? Question mark? Bro, no, wait. Bro, no. Hello? Flint trades. Hello? Hi. What's... they're playing football. Soccer. Against... I forgot who. Flint? It's freaking kelp, bro. I'm blind. Wait, what are these flint trades? Yo, Kyle, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. All right, Kyle. Hello. Oh my. What's up, goat? What's up, goat? Wait, goat meets goat. What's up, goat? I cannot do 1x1s, bro. Wait, you speedrun too. I seen you speedrun, bro. Help, help, help. Dude, I suck, dude. I got placed in gold, but I don't feel like I'm gold. I feel like I'm freaking below iron, bro. I don't even know if there's below iron. I can't even see. 5-minute entry in nether is horrible. I'm some ass though. No, it's fine though. Cold, then I'm cold then. Hey, Bryce, I hate you, bro. Bro corrected me. Okay. Bro said no, bro. You're not iron, bro. You're coal. That's crazy, Bryce. That's crazy. No. Wait, what's your PB? What's your PB, Kyle? Bro, I cannot see. I'm just gonna have to. Like, yo, what do I do in this situation here? Where do I find... Oh my god, I gotta go all over here? Like, it's already almost 5 minutes in and I have not... Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm just... Oh my god, I'm just... Oh no. Oh no. 18, that's better than me. Wait, do you also have like this thing where everyone just forfeits on you? Oh, this is fucking fake law? No. I swear everyone just forfeits on me and I hate it. One, two. Oh my god, I can't. I don't. Watch, this guy's gonna forfeit on me. Watch, just out of nowhere, this guy just is gonna forfeit on me because I'm taking too long or something. Like, I should not be in nether in 6 minutes, bro. I should be in nether way faster. All right, I mean, it'd probably like put me in like a crazy... That's true, though. That's true. Like, realistically, Bryce, what elo do you think I belong in? Honestly, tell me. You see, I wanted to, but I thought, why not just practice? What do you want, Jack? What's up, Jack? Wanna restart? Oh my god, I can't even spell restart because my R button is disabled. My zoom button. Dude, I sound like an idiot when I just type in without the R's. All good. True. No, but I thought practice was for, like, you know, just join casual and boom. I mean, it's true. We can just keep going. Like, where is, like, Bastion? Yo, my house smells fire right now. Bastion's over here. Yeah, you can't even draw anymore, right? Never mind. I believe he's 1100? No. Wait, Bryce, what elo are you? I forgot. Wait, it's actually like broken, no? Like, what am I doing? I should be looking for the entrance, which is over here. hear piglins. Like, why, bro? I'm literally giving you stuff to eat. I'm literally feeding you guys. I'm literally feeding you bread. Oh no. Oh my god. Meow, 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 meow. Please. Get in the hole, please. Alright, I'm taking your gold from you guys. Just get in the hole, please. Get in the hole, please. 5 minutes scope. Adios. Bro, what the f... Like, what is wrong with these men, dude? Uh-oh, I hear someone above me. All right, bro, calm down, bro. I got y'all guys. I got you guys. I got you guys. Like, Queen, I asked you a question earlier. You ignored me, Queen. I got this one on top. All right. String. I need string. Put that out. Why are you blowing me? What did I do? I did nothing wrong. $500 elo? Eh? Oh no, 1100. Wait. Oh, rank. Oh, we saw 500. Monkus. Wait, I'm versus top 500. No. All right, I gotta go look for the other chests. All right, fuck you guys. Okay, okay, 1085. Let me find this thing first before I go. All right. South. Wait. Oh, shit, that I threw out. Okay. Wait, 6 and 5. Wait, check. Wait, what's mine? Probably worse, no? I mean, I've been playing. I played like 2 days in. Fuck off! Sorry. I was a little hostile. I'm so sorry. I did not mean to say it like that. Oh, pork chop. I low-key don't eat that right now. Oh, fuck. Where else can I get more obby from? Am I gonna have the home portal? No, right? I don't have to. Where do I get 2 more obby from? Yeah. Holy shit, I've been playing so much. 16 and 15. I might, yeah, you know what? I didn't go up there. Wait, but there's nothing up here because I already looted this place. I know. Wait. I wonder. I did not loot this. I'm lying to you. Oh my god. Holy shit. Let's go south. Oh my god, dude, my heart just dropped when I just, oh my god. Okay. I did not get the black. Oh, there it is. My leg fell asleep. No, 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 no. Cramp, cramp, cramp. Ah, ah. Cramp. Bum, 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 bum. What's okay? I can. Okay, maybe we'll have enough. Thanks for alert. Appreciate it, Queen. What? They're above me? Well, that's not what I need. I need the good place. Down? Okay, so we're actually in the same pace right now. I need to go up. Bro, what? Oh. Bro, streaming this like makes time go by so much faster. I swear, sometimes I'm playing MCCI and it's just like, it feels like I'm playing for like 3 hours, but it's only been 1 hour. I love playing this. Mother. True, so way much, yeah, 100%. Okay. Oh. Okay, bro, just got into fire. For sure, Kyle. Thanks for the alert, appreciate you. Have fun eating. Should I throw one more? Just to be safe. Just to be safe. I also need food while I'm here. Come on. Okay. One more. Oh, so we're good. 182, negative 182. Then you can 58 this way. Okay. Okay. 182. It's more this way. 182. Negative 58. Just go this way. Wait, negative 182, negative 58. Okay. I don't even have a stack of... Okay, okay, it's fine, it's fine. Okay. Are you blind? Okay. Come on. Come on. Flip your head, flip your head, flip your head, flip your head, flip your head. Fuck. Oh, I fucked it. Are you fucking serious right now, bro? I fucking hate... Oh. Dude, I hate perching. My fucking god, bro. How do I get better at perching, bro? I suck at perching. I suck at 4-betting, bro. I panic. I panic. I panic. I panic. Andy, do you know what Tortufo is? No, what is that? Like, I just gotta like, so how do I win? Have no food? Haha, L get wrecked, SJ. Thanks. Okay. I just I don't know what to do. Hi, Jams. Hello. Hit me. I think we just wait. Once you see the way, you I bet. Yeah, I think. Yeah. Tarufo? No, I have no idea what it is. I looked it up. I had no idea what that is. Hello, Moo Moo Man. Wait, are you Mr. Woo Woo? Is that you? Same thing? It's like ice cream things with the frozen in the middle. Oh. Oh. There's a way to one-shot? I know, I saw. It's like statistics. And then the dragon just like glitches or something. I saw that. Oh yeah, hit me. Okay, well, I asked to hit me. Let's see what he says. See what he says. See what he says. I should probably just be practicing my perches or my one cycles. But hey, I think okay. The only two things that I struggle on now, GG's. The two things that I struggle on in speedrunning has to be the one cycle dragon and just finding the room, you know, the room. Yeah. Okay. And your overworlds, yes, that too. Well, Loki gotta go to the restroom. Guys should not have queued. It's fine. I'm Moo Man. That's Mr. Woo Woo. Oh, wait, that's crazy. You guys have like the names like backwards, you know? Like if Mr. Woo Woo flipped the name to his name, you have Moo Moo Man. You know, you Woo Woo Mister. I feel like I've seen your name, but I don't know where. Well, what do you normally watch on Twitch? GL. I don't know why, dude. Do they not have temporal things? Temple Run. Yep. Temple Run. Yep. Yep. Temple Run. Yep. Show me the front of your skin. That's the front of my skin. All right. Well, I'm gonna. Where's on going? Sorry, I just heard it. Don't be shy. Do this. Oh, I know you. Yes, I am Yellow Wolf's friend. Where's the IG at, bruh? Yo, Iron Golem. I hear him. I don't hear him. Hello. Ah, yes, Kieran Dev. I know them. They actually live with me. Want to hear him? W and yo, W Iron Golem, bruh. W. He's freaking right here. Sticks and stones may break my bones. W grinder. I don't know. They're kind of else. True. True. Bro, there's no lava, bruh. Oh, it's over here. I think it's over there. Unless I'm tripping. What else do I need? What else? I need gravel. And I ain't... Oh, this song's fire. Should I can just dig down and find some real quick? Pit stop to this water thing over here. Maybe there's some. Is that Qndres from? What? Oh god, he already got hot stuff, bro. I'm behind. I'm behind. I'm behind. I'm behind. He just wins now. He just wins by default. Three, 17, 9. Hold on. 46. It's that way. Okay. VO. Hi, VO. Oh my god, VO. I'm a big fan. Hi, VO. Hi. Hello. Big fan, VO. Yo, VO. What's good? How are you, VO? How's your day today? How's your night? Wait, VO, did you know Mexico plays Germany, I think this month? I don't know. Do you watch football or no? You know, drink. What? How? I'm happy at Mexicans. W. W. Oi, 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 oi. Here, skeleton. I know. Wait, my G spawns in a fortress. Yes. So this is speedrunning. Wait, why do you want to fight me so bad, bro? What did I do to you? Bro, what did I do to my guy? I didn't even hit him. Bro was very unhappy. Oh, bro, screw off, bro. Oh, fuck. Oh, yes. Yep, yep. I forgot. It's always dig down 2. Okay. Hi, Abby. All right, Abby. Hello. Abby. Abby. Hello. Hi. I am. Bro, what? Bro, why are they all mad at me? They can't get to me. I'm tired every day. Wait. I'm sorry. Yo. I'm acting like I did something. I'm so sorry that you're so sorry. I'm so sorry. Forgive me, forgive me, forgive me. Abby, 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 Abby. I'm sorry, I'm shaking right now too because I'm trying to versus this guy right now. He just found the okay, chill. I was gonna go pee really bad, so I'm holding it in. You're not gonna come down and kill me? Just be faster. Wait, you're so right, Abby. Bro, come down, bro. You're invited to the party. Abby, 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 Abby. How's Connor, by the way? How's Connor? How's Connor? How's Connor? I will not get a UTI. I haven't spoken to Connor in ages. Working a lot. Oh, Paga. Oh yeah, I got like no fire res. Oh, gotta get string. I got no string. That's chill. Has he been playing any games? Damn, there's just no string. All right. Sorry, give me 1 sec. Let me just sweat real quick. Happy, so just forgive me if I don't answer you. Pros have bladder problems? Maybe. It's okay though. We're chilling. I see. So have you guys been playing Valorant recently? I mean, I haven't played Valorant recently, which is a good thing probably. Bro, where did I come from? Oh no, I forgot where I came from. Meow. Maybe this way? Ow. I've just been playing Minecraft and just really recording YouTube videos. I've been chilling low key. Kind of put my whatever. I don't know. I don't even know. I just been like, yeah, that's literally it. Just been chilling, playing games, you know, working out, playing games, eating, playing games, working out. So I say the same thing like 3 times. Nice. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 2, 3. Who's right? I'm gonna send you a picture of me working out, bro. A boost for. Oh my god, boost for. Shoulda wanna die. Yep. Well, adios. I'm gonna cry. Fuck you, Boostfer. Fuck you. Chat, Boostfer hates me. I'm not gonna say what I'm gonna say. Wait. Okay. Wait, Boostfer, how about this? You know how we're talking about yesterday? Don't you fucking dare. Nah, this guy's still entering Bastion, bro. Oh my fucking god. What are the chances this happens, bro? Bro. Just blow me already. Just fucking blow me. I gotta go pee. One sec. I'll be right back. I gotta go pee. I don't even care if I get blown up anymore. This guy sucks. This guy's gonna draw too. All right, the bro is still in the Bastion. Oh, he just got to the fortress. All right, draw vote here. Please just draw vote. Please just draw vote. Please just draw vote. Please just draw vote. 0 string. I'll make up some crazy thing. Yo. Come on, a step, please. Yeah, exactly. Mind games, mind games, mind games. Mind games, mind games, mind games. Fuck. Bum, bum. Boost for what are you doing right now? Shouldn't you be asleep right now? It's about to be your bedtime. The way you're trying to farm Elo after yesterday, I'm just learning speech. Facts. Facts, facts, facts. We got it. We just gotta go again. We just gotta go again. We just gotta go. We just gotta go. You're right, you're right, you're right. W booster, W booster. I thought it was equalizer 3. Bum, 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 bum. All right, let's get it. 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 All right, for sure now. For sure, W me. I'm gonna get a sub fucking 10. I'm locked in. I'm fucking locked in. There's only 2 things that I see: my computer screen and my mouse and my keyboard. Bum, 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 bum. Exactly. Go again. I got a grocery shop tonight, but guess what? I ain't gonna grocery shop because Minecraft is just life. Minecraft's love. Minecraft's life. Please. I probably should practice cycle real quick. Nope, that's not cycle. That's just a random C that I joined. All right, I got a game ready though. What did you do today, Theo? Huh? What did you do today? Also, Mr. Wu, what did you do today, Mr. Wu? I know you just came in like an hour ago, but what did you do today? I'm fake. I'm sorry. Bro, I need some like actually good music to make me speed run faster. See how this works. Better be good music. No, what? Bet. We'll see change. Yeah, see change. Bro does not want a village. Bro wants a shipwreck. I watched Mario today. I'm late to the party. I haven't watched it yet. You know what movie I want to see though? Saw 10. Saw 10. Don't do it. Don't. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it this time. Oh, it's freaking. Wait, it's complete. All right. Was what movie good? Oh, Barbie movie. Wait, what? Wait, so is this complete? No, this is not even complete. Wait, what is this? Huh? I don't even know. I don't even know. Oh, I gotta get the iron golem. Right? Welcome back, Ellie. Hello. Wait, Ellie, you didn't answer me earlier. I said, I think I asked you if I'm saying your name right. If I'm not, forgive me. Okay. No, bro's getting hot stuff already. I'm fucking scared. Just like no food, I guess. No food again. No food run. Is there another nice? Oh, okay, Ellie. Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't see earlier. What the? I'm NPCing out right now. Hold on. Bruh. Like what? 13. Like, what way must this go? 19. Oh, it's not here. I think. Please be down here. Unless it's not down here and I just threw that. Oh, it's on here. I may bother and we'll correct you. Bet. I'll gold boots. I'm good. Wait, what? Oh. Did we 5 a.m. and I'm drunk right now. Bum, ba, da, bum, bum, bum. Nope. And there should be 2 here. Bam. That's it, right? Bro. So I gotta go up there. I don't have pearls. I can always look for sitting up there. Give me more string. 11. 9 more? Are they all done? They're all done. All right. Okay, there's like no lobby there either. Eight, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. Little behind, but it's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Oh my fucking god. Please die. Please just die. Get away. Thanks for follow. Appreciate it. Hello. I had to like actually get 6 and then go home back home. Yo, Chan with the raid. Hi, Chan Raiders. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, Chan. How was your stream? How was your stream, Chan? I love you, Chan. I love you. Hi, chat. Hi, chat. Hi, chat. Hello. Hello. Bread greater than shield. For real. Hi, Jocelyn. Hi, Pix. Hello. Chan, did you get to speedrunning, bro? You should 1,000,000% get into speedrunning. It's so fun, bro. It's so fun. It's like Valorant, but more addicting. I'm like iron. Let's just like, you know, from Valorant terms, I'm like iron right now. Just wait until like I'm like diamond, bro. Just wait until I'm diamond. Yo, hey ham. Wait, what? Yo, you mean mayhem? Wait, mayhem is this Saturday, Dubs. Are y'all ready for the Qndres X Wolfie X Garfield X Greninja? To me, Dubs. Winners POV. Nah, Chan. Nah, Chan. Nah. Nah, Chan. I don't know what world you're living in, bro. Bloody bread bites are gonna freaking dominate. One sec. Don't bomb me, please, or shoot me. Dude, there was a guy earlier. You freaking... It's over here, right? I'm going the right way. Oh, I think I might go in the right. I'm either going the right way or the wrong way. Oh, fuck. I'm going the wrong way. Oh, fuck. Wait, what? No, I pearl deer, though. No, I definitely went this way. I definitely like pearled somewhere, right? Was that up here? How was your stream though, Chen? We're playing Battle Box? Yo, bro, those Battle Box streams are actually entertaining, bro. Keep it up, by the way. Good shit, good shit. Bro, where'd my portal go, bro? Oh no, bro. I lack critical information, bro. Where did my portal go? Oh my god, I just saw my eyes flash before. Oh my god, oh my god. Chan, what's your favorite song? I'll put it in the queue. Mm-mm-mm-mm. No, fuck. Oh, fuck. Yo, where did I pearl from? No way I pearled this way. I got you, Jen. Bro, what? Please just land. Wait, you're a singer, Jocelyn? Was that actually you? Wait, no way my chat's talented. Chat, I'm not even talented. Wait, Jocelyn, like for real though, you sing or what? Oh, you say yeah, that'd be crazy. Oh, dude, wait, you're actually a singer. Wait, what? Hey, bro's famous. Are you famous? I was on Idol? Huh? You were on Sweden Idol? No way. Huh? I mean, yeah, you know, I was also on Idol. I was on, not American Idol. You're on Swedish Got Talent, maybe? I see my portal. Meow. No way. That's crazy. That's cool. That's hella sick. Well, you got a golden ticket? What the? What? What the? You're insane then. What? Wait, why do you watch Minecraft content? Oh my god. Wait, W. Wait, don't you have to sign like an NDA when you're on that or no? I had a friend that was in she was like in a Nickelodeon show though. She had to sign an NDA. Golden ticket's like crazy good. Oh my god, W Jocelyn. Wait, so Jocelyn, like, so how does your life in Sweden like are you like famous in Sweden or something? Like do you get recognized on the street? Have you got recognized on the streets? You have big food? I love you, Chan. Have good food. Thanks for the raid again. I think bro fell asleep. Probably should got in some wood there. I know. Everyone's human. I know. Everyone watches stuff. I know. I'm dumb. But like, still, like, you watch Minecraft content. That's crazy. Oh, he just blinded. I didn't know that. That was horrible. Is this ocean exposed? Oh no, 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 no. This is bad. I gotta find the book room first, low key. I'm not gonna 2-bet it, bro. Or 3-bet it. Okay. I think this is the room, if I'm not mistaken. What room is this? This is the good room that I need, actually. Wood. Okay. Sorry, one sec, chat, so I can reach chat again. I'm from Sweden, you know that? I'm actually Swedish, no troll. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I can look you lip. No, Sense, you missed it. I missed like, ugh, it was bad earlier. I had a clear win. I just threw. I think it'll be exposed. I hear, right? It'll be like right with the. There, right there. I think that's it, right? Oh, that's not it. Oh no. It looking might be underground because I don't see it in the surface. I think. Let's see. Might be right though. Nope. Yeah, that's true. I'm definitely writing down notes on like the things I need to take, the things I need to do better with. Like after the stream, I'll probably like just literally sweat one cycle until I can actually master it. I think it is underground. Is not it? Bro, what? It's definitely underground, right? Like I can't. When I'm doing what though? Saying shit. When I'm. What do you mean? It's stand on the wrong side. One cycling? Oh, yeah. I don't know where to stand on that. Oh my god, bro. Well, I thought it was here earlier, but it wasn't here. I'm gonna go down. Oh, because I was just here. It's definitely here. Right? It's definitely here, right? Right? Never mind. Hi, Orba. Hello. How are you? Hello. I'm trying to find a stronghold, but I can't find it. Bro, I just got debated again, bro. Door strats. My fuck. Oh, he found it, bro. Oh, wait. My fucking god, what did I just do? Oh, we're good. Hey, what is this spawn as well? Ew. I can't even see where I'm standing, bro. No way the dragon's perching too. This seed was weird. Weird. It's been up for me in the past few days. To the gym, getting ready for bed. It's perfect time for. Peace out, Jocelyn. Good night. Makes you crazy. I know. This seed was like all troll aside though. This seed was actually the weirdest shit. Like no troll. I have never seen touch an L seed before. Like, dude, at first seemed good, and then I start to like. First of all, an 8 or was it 13 obby? That's already like weird, right? After every single chest. What else was it? So I had a home portal. The fortress was like 16 chunks away. I did. It was crazy. It's crazy. By the way, chat, if you guys aren't here, hit the follow button and I will thank you now. Good night, Jocelyn. Good night. Good night. Good night. Wait, let me just practice a little bit of the one cycle real quick. Okay. Well, that's not really. Wait, tell me if I set this up, Sancho. Tell me if I set this up correctly. Right? And then. Right? Step is correct. Okay. So now, how do I, like, you're on the wrong side of it when it purchases? You're trolling, right? Am I supposed to stand on this side of it? Like, right here? And do I here? His head swinging towards. Like that's the wrong side right there. That's the wrong side. That's the wrong side. That's the wrong side. That's the correct side? But you got the timing wrong. Let's see. Okay. No, it's turning towards you. Oh! Oh! Right here, right? Right here? Because if I go this way, it's turning away from me. If I go this way, it was turning off of me. Ah, you see. Now if this is the wrong side. Oh. Okay, let me just find out. Wait, okay, let me do it again. Okay, so it's coming this way to this way. Like that? No. No, right? Look at its head when it's turning. Oh, 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 oh. Oh my god! Wait. Wait, wait. Stop, stop. Oh my god. 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 I'm winning. I'm winning. Winning. Okay, okay. I got it. I got it. Okay, I got it. 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 Thanks to follow. Fuck. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Hey man, since when did you start? 2 days ago. W bed. W bed. Hi, Sanum. Dude, I'm doing way better now. Right? Dude, wait, hold on. One sec. Okay, well. Oh my god, just give me some time. Give me some time. Pause. I got it now. I got it now for sure. Watch this. Yo, 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 yo. Hold on. No, no, no. Hold on, hold on. Okay, hold on. I was doing quick. I was literally doing good. No, what's happening to me? What's happening to me? What's happening to me? Nope. You can use pick block button. Wait, really? Hold on, hold on. I'm trying. I just found out how to do this thing. Dude. I am early betting it. That's early. Early. Bro, it's that first bed. It's that first bed. Ugh. No, that's bad. How do I change that? I don't know how to change it. Okay, I fucked up here. I fucked up here. You see, I know when I fucked up, and I know I fucked up there. Okay, then I hate when that happens because yeah, it's just GG's. Yeah, let me. How do I change it? I mean. Oh, that's what. Oh. Fuck. Is that where people go? I can't even place bed right there. That one was actually cursed. Failed? I did. Huh? Wait, chat, did I not get that? No, I got it, right? That's like, or is that 0 HP? Was that 0 HP? Good night, Vio. fucked it. I forgot I clicked it, but I guess it didn't. What's up, Annie's, by the way? Hello. Okay. Like, where do my bed? What? Where do my bed place? What's like a good FOV to bed bomb on? Like, wait, I'm clicking my thing and it's not working now. Is my mouse on my dead or something? Wait, what's happening? Hello? I can't place on beds anymore. Huh. I mean, am I doing it better than last time? I feel like if I 5-bet it, I'd be good. Oh, fuck. I don't know how to... Bro, like... Spawn... No, I don't like... I don't want this. I want... Like, this is my loadout, but it's not saving it. Why? I don't want to... Okay. Like, okay. Custom loadout. Okay, so I guess it doesn't work. Your loadout. No, that's not. This is like that's something else. Perch practice loadout. One cycle settings. Oh, I'm blind. Okay. One. Well, okay. I'm ready. I'm ready. Dude. I'm ready. That's all I need. That's all the help I needed. Yo. Sanchez, I need to give you 7 TV access. I need to give you 7 TV access ASAP. Yep. You deserve 7 TV access after that. Actual W saver. Save. One sec. How do I add you again? Add editor. $987. Yep. There you go. You should be able to change them now. Bubble, I just learned how to one cycle a dragon. I am no longer a noob. Actual sub 20 coming in. Right here, right now. Dude. Check this out, Bablu. Check this out. Okay, well. Thanks to follow. Not human. Appreciate it. Wait, not human. Good luck. Noobus Pro. That's me. Actual noob, actual pro. BLG. Isn't that like a meeting? BLG? Isn't it like Super Mario? Gotta get this wood. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Food, iron. I freaking love yeet. I heckin' love yeet. Sub 20 coming. You know what human does for you? Just call you human. What do you want to call you? Bro's calling me. Wait, I can literally make an axe, no? Sorry about that. Well, what am I doing? Yeah. Bro, what? 2 days playing, but already fast crafter? Yep. $21 chunks, 17. Okay. Wait, what rank are you, human? Would more chunks be more accurate with a? Oh my god, no fucking way it's in this shitty biome. It says 80 over here. It literally says 80 over here. Wait. Okay. Yeah, fuck this. Yeah, I think the bastion was literally inside here. Ugh. Math puppy. Let's get it. By the way, chat, I am live every single day now for the next like 7 days because I am bored and have nothing to do except for like maybe some Saturday. Saturday I literally have like I'm like super busy. Yeah, we got food chest first, and then I'll get the. I fucked that up again. My god. Cool, Sheen. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mitch. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Let's see. Hi, Sam. Thanks for follow. Appreciate it. The Rapture, you weren't following? Wow, fake. Hi, Rapture. Hello. Hi, Rapture. Nah, fake. Hi, Rapture. How are you, Rapture? Rapture, we didn't meet at VidCon, really. When we did meet, but it wasn't really that fast. It was fast, you know? I think we're like in a rush. We had to go to the stadium. Next time we gotta meet, bro. Next time for sure. You just said like, what, you're Qndres? That's it. That's all I remember you saying. It's all good. It's all good. Next time, bro. Next VidCon. I always forget to fucking craft doors, bro. I'm hyped for next VidCon, bro. You're 100% going, right? The Rapture subathon too. It's not there. I'm blind. Oh, it's over there. What is that? Not that, right? See it. Yes, dude. I will 9% go. Okay, that's actually not bad. I mean, that's basically 100%. Bro, I got debated again, bro. Yo, where's the... Yo, this bro want to do a sea change? I mean, like, if it's not here, then I'm just gonna sea change. Okay, well, it's not here. Yes. What is that seed? Oh, yeah, are you into speedrunning, Direpshu? I just came before I go to bed. Gotcha. Direpshu, you have a good night, man. If you're about to go to bed, if you already dipped, I love you. Wait. Oh shit. I like watching it. I see. Usually close. Oh, finally! Oh my god. 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 Dude, this is my first ever temple run. Actually, first ever. Fuck. Fuck. Okay, I'm just gonna. Okay, bye, Dirapshu. Good night. Sleep well. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Wait, Dirapshu, should I call off work tomorrow? You decide right now before you go to bed. Wait. Fuck. Okay, I'll go to work tomorrow. What the f... You got it too? Hi, users here. Hello. Bro, never mind. I guess that first temple run is not a thing anymore. I can't use ours. I hope he understands. Oh my fucking god. And you give me this shit seat again. Okay. This is actually... I think I belong to the Sela now. Oh yeah. Actually, oceans... She's our OP. I hate ocean seats. It's a living passion. Okay, my iron went flying off of that. Need more wood, right? Yeah, I need another one. No more wood. Wait, I'll actually be able to 5-bet now? It's crazy. Wait, is that a... Oh, I fucking got debated. Oh, dude, I thought I got so happy. I was like, wait, it actually might be a... Come on. Never mind. I low-key kind of want to switch the playlist because you already got annoying. It started to hurt my right eye. Yeah, I need to nerd 2x1 really bad. Yo, Jack. Wait, Jack? Jack, why'd you raid me? Ew, I hate you. Hi, Jack. How was your stream? Hi, boneless. Hydrate. Fuck. I got you. Okay. It's spooky. Shut up, Jack. You're spooky. You're annoying and gross and you smell like shit. Hi, Jack. I'm just kidding. I love you. I see it. I see it on my FOV. You come. I swear, bonus. You come in like once every month. Not even like once every year. Why? Yeah, this is speedrunning 1v1s. Oh, bro's gonna be mad right now that I found the bastion first. Bro, why do they just want to blow me, bro? Frick off. Go back, orbit. I thought you just said you just ate an entire plate of boneless chicken for some reason. But y'all know that one meat? Oh, this is fucking bridge. Or yeah, it's bridge, right? Hi, Chan. I hate cucumbers. I hate pickles. I'm allergic. What the fuck? Where'd they go? Oh, there they are. Yo, what are bro fighting over there? You should watch tutorials. Wait, is this bad? Don't trade there. Oh. Oh, I see. Yeah, this is new. Exactly. This is the new meta. Y'all are tripping. Yo, like 3 people just said to each other at the same time. I'm kind of scared. This is new meta though. It's new meta. I'll watch a tutorial on how to trade with this one. Actually, how about this? After this, we'll just watch a tutorial. On where to trade for bridge. I know I don't know how to trade in bridges. What about in the other one? Do I know how to trade in the other ones? Which ones don't I know where to trade in? Did I get fucked with the string? Oh my god, I can't. Fuck. Wait. Mob's hunter is. Wait, what? Wait. Am I inside? Wait, am I literally into the fortress right now? Does that mean? I'm confused. All right, well, I can low-key be inside of it, though, right? Yeah, I can see why it's slow now. Trading like this. But I still need more string. I'm not gonna be able to. What is that? 3 beds? No. I need all those piglins to come after me. Yeah, I know. I can't. I don't even know. Is that 4 bits? 5 bits? All right, I'm good. It's fine. We'll just do this. Can we just go away from it? Did it show up? Wait, how do you find it already? Bro, I hate... Bro, how am I supposed to find it? What? I see it? Wait, where is it? Is it right there? Is the one right there, right? Over there? I see it's over there. Pearl. All right. W fire is. W Pearl. Wait, this is a freaking Despicable Me. Oh, true. I forgot I have a lot of freaking. Well, you're actually right. What did I just freaking? I took so much fall damage just doing that, bruh. Meow. Oh fuck. Hey, my jam, bro. What? La papaya. Bro, I have no gold, bro. What? That's not good. That's not very XUCL. Holy chest. I see them, but are you fucking serious? What are the chances it happens? Even if I blinded, watch, bro's in a blind. Nah, watch. Bro's in a blind too. He's like, oh, watch. Watch. Wait, bro's definitely not. Bro doesn't know. Bro definitely doesn't know, right? Definitely bro does not know. Bro does not know. Please don't know. Please actually. Please be clueless. Please. Thanks for all, Dannercraft. Hello. Please be clueless. I mean, it's not really. He already has like so much time on me. I don't even care, bro. Like, what are the chances? Like, I want to just blind and I just get that portal. Come on, hurry up. Get my pearls, bro. Come on. Just hurry up. Give it to me. Hit me in the head. Do something. Booster, I'm gonna be crazy at manhunts now, by the way. I don't, dude, because I have to go all the way. Actually, you know what? Good question. I don't know why I didn't blind there. It's fine. Like, what do I do in that situation? Do I just go up there or what? I feel like going up there is just lost cause because it's like. Actually, I don't know why I didn't blind there. You're right. No, for real. No more losing manhunts. What? Should I? Okay, next time I know. Now I know if I ever just get my home portal like that again, let's just go up on. Come on. Did it? Don't worry that. Fuck you. Okay, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Don't worry. I just set us back just a little bit. Just a little, just a little. Yeah, I'll change right now, Bob. I know, dude. I know. I already got a note with the. Month though, I can never do anything in peace, bro. Probably should just do this. Nice. The first one breaks. Wait, no way. The second one breaks too, right? Do I just go with it? I don't think it broke. Bro. Okay, well, I can't, I don't have an F3 key, so it's like even harder to do that. So I kind of had, wow, that was literally perfect. What? I don't have an F3, I don't have an F3 key, so it's like a pain just to like. Negative 120, negative, sorry, 120, negative 272. Chat, so put it in chat, please. Oh, 120. That's a long way to go. Oh, fuck. Chat, the way I play, does this scare you guys? What? 120, negative 272. Like a better way to get to there? Oh, whatever. Let's just get to it like that. Wait. $72. 47s of, okay. Over here. Okay, 40 seconds. I'm not going to be able to right. Fans just uploaded a video on not a video. Fans uploaded a picture to Instagram chat. W fans. I think the other guy died, right? I think he just waited for me to beat the game or just die, forfeit, or draw. Oh, wait, we're literally out. He probably did the same thing. Wait. Do I believe in myself this time, chat? Do I do it? Do I do it? Do I just risk it? 5 beds? I don't feel confident in myself. I don't know. I don't feel like I have food enough food. I go for 6 beds. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Sure, they hit this, right? I'm fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Mother. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Still savable. Still winnable. I know. I fucked it up. I fucked up. I got confused. Okay, I got confused. Oh, dude. Oh, rear. Just go. Yeah, I did. It's fine. Just get away from it, bro. Oh my fucking god. What? I didn't even look at you in the eyes. Wait, I thought I was supposed to stand here, no? Or should I stand over here? You go east-west, my guy. Oh. It's over here. So I did stand the wrong way the whole time. Right? Oh, don't pro. Yeah, you're right. You gonna perch again? That was a really stressful wait. Oh, I don't even know. Meow. Dude, like sub 30s are horrible, bro. I should. Like he used to be so like. Oh, you see, I fucked up. I was supposed to go that way. Yeah, I fucked up. I fucked up. Place obby, dude? What? You think? I think he also. Yeah. Yeah. I messed up. Yo, dude. I thought I had it down, bro. I thought I had it down. Try doing perch practice? Yeah, I probably should do that first, huh? Okay, now what? Right, so let's just say I spawned in. And I'm supposed to place it south, right? I placed it one here, one here, and one here. Place it east to west. Oh. What do you mean? I just placed it south to east. South to north. So if I place it south, I gotta go run what? West or north? I mean, sorry, if I place it south, I gotta run north, no? Yeah, thanks for following, people. Okay, so I run this way. Yeah, no, if I place it right. If I place it south, I gotta just go run north and just wait for it. Right? Okay. But that's what I did, no? In the run you messed up? Wait, where did I spawn? I thought do you not always spawn east? Or do you like spawn random? You do? Wait, where did I go wrong then? Wait, Blur, I know your name from somewhere. Are you a Greninja viewer? Dude, I gotta change some eat, bro. Maybe? Wow. Griffraud. Oh, is he? Oh my. Okay. You're getting better than Stu. You think I can beat Stu in like 1 week before while he's in TwitchCon? You think I can beat him? Wait, so where did I go wrong? Okay, Sanjay, where did I go wrong last like perch thing? What did I do wrong? Okay, so checking. Like I went. Wait, what? Yeah, I was saying this way, right? He's. I'll be incorrectly. But I should have been on the other side. I should have been on the other side, correct? Watch. Okay. Place obby indirect incorrection on the wrong side. Is the last one? I placed out. I swear to God, I always place obby there and run this way. You could kill him, but okay. Hold on. Let me just like force perch. Okay, well, obviously I already yeah. Okay. Fuck. Okay, well, I can still always kill him. Okay. What's up, your favorite ranking? What's up? Probably, I'm thirsty, bro. I need to get some water. I'm thirsty. Also, where do I how do I do song requests, bro? Because someone give me a good song so I can play in the queue. Unless I can play my I don't want to I mean, all right, because I already played this playlist. That's fine. We'll play it again. We'll play this one, new one. Quick note: Dragon can change direction while you're betting. Wait, what? Really? Oh yeah, I'm barely learning this. I did not know that. How often though? Is it like, wait, what? Really? Yeah, it's weird. Oh, huh. We go again. If this is okay, actually, you know what? No, I know what I need to do. Okay. All right. Bridge. Yo, Paraboo, thanks for follow. Appreciate it. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Chat. Okay. Goal first, right? Okay. Now, what do I do after this gold? What to do after this gold? Okay, well, I got the gold. Okay. Make helm. Boots, I think, right? Keep one block. Okay. Then go to the chest place. Okay. Chest place first. Oh, wait. What? Does it matter what chest place I go to, or? Wait. What? Okay. So, what do I do in this situation? In that situation, do I just do my way or what? Where I do this? Okay, well. Is this like not efficient right here? And like, oh, because these guys just don't. Should that one block just to be like aggroing all the things, right? All these guys? Like, how do I get them all? But the most common is people stay down because you can tell from gold that there aren't chests. So they start on here? They trade down here? Is that what you're trying to say? Like anywhere down here? It doesn't matter where? Like it can right here? I thought this was like meta right here. I thought I watched a stream one time and I was like, wait, that's actually smart. You break this one, you just break the one right there, just loot these chests, loot those chests, and then obviously like if you like need more piglins, you just open up this back area and you just like do this kind of thing and you just drop them down there. No? Is that, am I like, all right. Like this one has a left and a right, right? Really is in an incorrect way. Oh. So here I just do the chest first. Incorrect. There's, oh, yeah. Okay, just want to X out. I don't understand. Man, fuck you, Hoglin. You always ruin my runs, bruh. Watch K4 tutorials. I should watch K4. Yeah, it is jumping jacks. It is my dude. It's literally a world record, bro. Look. Like this is what I meant. Like I can literally like trade right here. Okay, or just attack me. That works too. Oh, okay. All right, let's go again. And you know the crazy part is I've been streaming the last 3 days more than 3 hours. That's like more than my just regular streams, bro. I've never streamed like, I don't know, I would get like bored of like PvP after like an hour. This is crazy. I'm probably gonna do this for like, I don't even know, bro. I don't know. I'm just addicted, bro. I'm like really addicted. I dropped my top 8. I was gonna go to the gym today, bro. I skipped yesterday. I was supposed to go to the gym, but dude, I couldn't move my legs at all, bro. After stream, my legs were done zoned. Drop my top. Let's try to go fast. Let's go fast here. Where the f are you? Let's see how fast we can go here. I dared to one day beat Rec Rap. What's Rec Rap's PB? Also, y'all should join my Discord. Oops. Never mind. Don't join my Discord. Wait. Never mind. Dude, nah, actually, join my Discord. Please join that right now. If you join that, I don't even know. Like, I'll give you like a half five or something. Oh. And what? Wait, why am I? Okay, it's ranked mode, but no one's joining ranked. You know what? Jumping jacks, you get 2 half fives. Thoughts? You know, yo, chat between like us. I always thought half five was for like it's high five, not high five, bro. My dumbass really would type like that, bro. Dude, I'm an idiot, bro. It's crazy. Bro really was saying high five. No troll. I can't even spell good luck. Like word, like what? I have to get wood, right? That's wild, bro. Trust me, dude. I should like, I don't even know. If you're already in my Discord, then you already got a half five by me. Dude, I literally said good morning to every single person in my Discord today. No troll. You say you've been streaming for 3 days? Yeah. Well, I already know, like, I know like the basics because obviously like, I do like manhunt YouTube, right? So like, I know like the basics on where to find gold. Like, I know that stuff. So I know it's like, yeah, basically. So yes, I started speedrunning 3 days ago. Yes. Did I just purchase weird? Okay, so it's not my fault. What the fuck? What the okay. Yo, ruin Portal Village temple. Like, why can't you just give me a temple run, bro? W song. Wishing well. Ba -ba -da -ba 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 -da. Watch Duke. Okay. Wait, link me, please. I will watch anyone. Big Kurt Cobain. Well, y'all missed earlier. Someone really came into my not someone. Souls came into my chat. Said he was bored and just gifted fucking 40 subs. Bro is like insane, no? Face reveal? I did a face reveal. It's on Discord. It's on Twitter, I'm pretty sure. If you find it. Fucking water, bro. I saw any gravel, bro. I found water. Orange bars. I found it. I need gravel though. No gravel there. Yeah, I know like the basic where to find lava and stuff, but where's the gravel though? Oh, you're right. I do have fire charge. Okay, W. Wait. Double checking. What fucking Y level am I at? Why 88? Bro, what? You got tables, dubs? Oh, is there? Okay, well, look what it is. So what? Do I train the bottom then right here? Don't train on top, train the bottom, right? Correct? It's because these fucks are gonna... Dude, you are a stupid mother... Then I just give him an opening to come and kill me? Oh my god. Wait, why aren't these guys coming to kill me? Okay. Dude, I hate not having an F3 button, bro. No way, I passed it, right? Did I go too far? I don't have soul speed. What the f— fuck? Okay. How many broke? Anyone know? How many did I have? I had like 8, right? Did one break? All right, well, it's whatever. I think I had 8, but one broke. I think I'll go faster over time, right? It's just like, it just takes like, yeah, it's like any other game. What did I throw out, bro? Wait. Wait, what's a good Y low to be at, by the way? Anyone know? 35? Perfect. What the fuck? I knew I did something fucking wrong. Oh no, we're good. I just gotta go a little lower, I think. Um. Okay, so look. West, right? We're gonna place it south. Right? We go 1, 1, 2. Then we run this way, right? Yes or no, chat? Yes or no? Right? Ow. Hello, just Vay. Hello. Bro, I definitely need to get my the crossbow next time. I fucked it. Fuck. I pulled too early, bruh. Can I fuck up my perch? Early? Fuck. No. Did I actually make her fly? Dude. That would have been my record already, bro. I would have fucking beat my record. Hi, Shatter. 6 exits? Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, this guy probably already won. Bro, what a... Dude, I'm fuming, bruh. Okay, so it's 6 acts. Okay, well, I'm an idiot. Then the last run, Loki would have been... Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's chill. It's chill. It's chill. It's fine. The other guy hasn't won yet. This is still winnable. I think it's going mid now. I think I just saw it. No, it's not. Hello, video. Thank you. Oh, I can't see. Perch. The further back, Yari, really? Dude, I can't see. Please, please don't win, please. When I can't sleep, I watch your videos. Nice, so my videos make you go to sleep, huh? What the f... Dude, that was a good pace. Oh, dude. Oh, my mother of... Dude, that was an amazing pace. I had like such good... Dude, everything was well. Everything went well. Everything. My... Dude. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Everything went well. The trading went well. Everything. I went nether so early, too. Dude, I don't belong in gold, bro. I don't belong... I told... Dude... Third day speedrunning, I should not be in gold. I should be in like iron, bruh. Hi Joker, by the way, and hi Soul. Oh my god, and hi V, hello. I have 2:35 a.m. I don't want to sleep. Don't sleep. Easy, stay up. I wish I could afford a sub. I hate ads. Sag, how are you, Joker? Joker, I just threw Jack. What do you want? I just joined to see you lose. Wait. Okay, so the further back I am. Okay. She purchased. Every time I'm like far, okay. I'm sorry, I'm just like taking notes right now. Okay, so gotta go back, okay. And then, yo, did I do bridge correctly? So is bridge correctly there? Dude, I have, oh my. Okay. Hey, do that. Yeah, yeah. Uh-huh. Yep. Dude, if I had, dude, I definitely had to win. If I didn't, early pearl, bro. Oh my. Not really. There are routes to do. Oh. Oh. I see. Oh, bro. That. Bro. It's fine. It's fine. It's chill. Qndres, who's better? Yellow boost for bro. I don't know. Me. It's fine. It's fine. I'm chill. Hey, I'm chill. I'm chill. I don't know. I'm not barking. No. Do I chat? Do I play one more before I go to bed? Before I go to the gym? Chat, one more? One more. I can't end up with a loss, right? So I can't end up with a loss. I'm addicted. I'm fiending for more. I need more ranked. I need more. One more. Dude, I'm addicted, bro. This is like Valorant, but not Valorant, bro. I'm addicted. Please give me an iron 3 so I can humiliate them. I'm gonna go pee. I'm back. Be right back. All right, back. And yes, I wash my hands. All right. Okay. This is for sure the last one. Yeah, go to my YouTube. But yo, Shadow, if you're still here, Shadow, thanks for the help. I appreciate it. That's gonna help me tremendously. Tremendously? Is that even a word, bruh? That's gonna help me a lot. It is. God. What is this music? Oh. It's music. I don't know what else to tell you. Where is this? This is bridge. Okay. I'm a fake quimp. Nah, you're real. Wait, you have a second channel? Yeah, it's like where I upload VODs and stuff, like highlighted VODs and stuff, you know? Qndres, peace out. Audio sheep. Bye-bye. Oh, you're still live, bro? Why is everyone surprised, bro? What do you mean I'm still live? Yes, I'm still live. All right. So, should I always be trading in the middle here? Wait, you're live? No, I'm actually not live. Dude, these fucking piglins, bro. I swear to God. Every run, they just want to kill me. I think I have 3 channels. Well, I do, but the second one's kind of dead. Wait, that reminds me. I probably should just upload all my VODs to my second channel instead of my... I'm stupid. I'm so confused, bro. Oh, I just watch your videos and maybe you should start hardcore. Like on my YouTube, maybe. I have an editor. I have like 2 editors. Well, 3 right now. Well, I have like 2.5 editors right now, but they're pumping out videos. Only when both sides are bad sides. Okay, so only when both sides are bad sides, I do in the middle. Okay. Oh wait, isn't there like one method where you go down here and like you trade like right here or something? Under that? What do you mean? Not when it's single. What? You need to know the route? Yeah, there's a route, right? Right. I'm so confused. But if it's the bad side, then no. Okay, that's bad side. So if it's this side, then right here, right? I'm learning. Yeah, can I do that? Yeah? On the good side? So what if they're double good sides? Then what? Drow, will you triple chest? Oh. Do watch give. Wait, link me. Someone link me. Friend me on Discord, I got you. Yo, TTV RJMC. Hello. Hi. Someone friend me and send it to me. Oh, well, too late. GLHF. Bro, oh, Argentina's playing right now. I should be watching. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. All right, chat, clear comms. Let's get it. Next song. This song is in for speedrunning. Oh, W song. Oh my God. Okay, I'll look at it after this. Let's just hope that isn't. What the mother? Temple. No, wait, Temple. Please don't. Please don't be. Oh my God. Please don't be anything under this. Please be an actual good temple. I love temples. Please don't mess it up. Please, I love temples so much. Oh my God, please. Oh fuck, we're good. Wait, I'm an idiot. Yeah, you're good. Don't worry. If you guys get timed out, I won't ban you. I have so much junk in my inventory. Oh my God, Feather Falling 4 book. Infinity 4. Chat, should I get an anvil? Yo, anvil get like Infinity 4 pickaxe. Imagine. I mine gold faster. Yo, this morning I played as well. I swear to God, there was a guy getting full diamond. No troll. Pro was playing the wrong game mode. Oh, bro. Let's get it. Wait, do I go ruin portal here? Yeah, right? Oh, no, I don't. Oh. What's the route here, chat? Desert lava? You saw Anus. I hope I'm saying your name right. Holy shit. I think it is, right? I think it is lava. Yo. All right, that is. I have like a W playlist as well. You said anus. Is there lava here? Like what? 10 obby, 10 obby, 10 obby, 10 obby. Bro, what? Oh, here. Okay, I meant... Okay, you know what I meant. Yo. Yo! Okay. Motherfuckers. No one loves you guys. I hope you guys all like just get removed by Minecraft. Fuck you guys. Sorry. A little toxic there. My fault. Hands down, besides the Phantoms, the crappiest mob in the world. I really hope I'm not going the wrong way. I mean, I did it right? No, I definitely didn't. I swear to God, though. It said 20, like, 9. Oh, yeah, it's right here. Cool, we're good. Oh, Joker. Joker time is there for you right now. Oh, probably, hold on. It'll be probably 5 head of me if I do this. Now they don't attack me. Holy shit. Okay. Oh my fucking God. I'm fucking up. Where did I fuck up? Oh my God. No, no. Yo, JD. There you go, man. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm down. One more. One more. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. That didn't count. I am not restarting. The guy already has. Yeah. No. I'm not restarting. No. GG. I'm doing it again. I'm doing it again. Jack, no. I don't want to. No. I'm playing one more. This one for sure. Last one. No troll. No troll. Last one. No troll. Okay. Actually, the last one. I have like a weird notification on my Twitch page and I just closed out of chat. Fuck. Send me everything, Sanji. Send me everything, please. I can't read your chat for some reason because my Google Chrome decided to crash on me. Go. Okay. Right here, right here, right here. What is that, bruh? Who got banned in my chat and trying to request an unban? Let's see. I can't even click on your unban request. Never mind. Okay. It loaded. Never mind. Yeah, I can't see your guys' messages anymore. Actually, now I can. There. Okay, go here. Pull up the gear. I can't pull up the gear button. Qndres, how tall are you? Dude, I'm like 6 foot. 5? I'm 6'5". With shoes on. 6'3" without. No cap. On. Where is... I'm sorry, dude. My OCD just kicked in. I have to remove this freaking message. If I don't remove it, then I'm gonna go crazy. Yo, is that like actually GG's? Your shoes? Yeah. Yeah, they do. They do. Yeah, it's bad. Like I try to like, you know, oh, never mind, clear comes. Oh, an iron 3, please. I'm gonna humiliate this guy, please. Wait, what's my elo? Someone check, please. Switch my elo. Elo Qndres, QNDR, yes. It's fine, it's fine. 32? For a noob? That's pretty good. I said golf, my bad. Thanks for the follow, RVM3LO. I'm literally an NPC. How's it going? Jibbity jabbity. Good. How are you going? I hate when I have to come back for water, bruh. Wait, where's the... It's on here, right? It's back here? It's not back there. No, I'm taking damage. How's the runs been? Pretty good, actually. This is my 3rd day. It's only my 3rd day out here. But I'm having fun. I'm learning a lot of new metas and stuff. But you've counted how many times I went to the end, bruh. I haven't counted that. You got the ends open? Yeah, I do. Well, like Twitter or Discord, or depends on what it is. Discord? Sort of. I would say Twitter DMs would be the best way to contact me. Twitter or email. I know it sounds weird, but email. I'm that old. Yo, y'all chat. Anyone here uses Yahoo? Apparently, I'm like old if I use Yahoo. Hi, Sanum. Sanum, business deals only, please. Thanks. Sanum, you have a business deal for me? Yo, you know who I'm never working with? I think I told you guys before, but dude, Rage Shadow Legends. Holy shit, bruh. One, dude, they're W sponsor, but bro, they're all Russian, so they don't really speak English well. So it's like, I was like, yeah, so like, you know, like let's settle this for this, blah blah blah. Bro, they took like 3 days to reach me. Bro, it's holy shit. It went, oh, okay. I am down for that. Not for real, they do sponsor everyone. Okay, 12 trunks. 50? No, it's not 50. That's it. That's 50 right there. Bet RVM. Feel free to DM me anywhere. Honestly, just DM me on Discord. Sure, friend me though. You have to friend me though. That's the thing. I can't just like accept. Yeah, you know. What the fuck? That's crazy. Oh, is it by Raid as well? Bro, Raid be sponsoring everyone, but they don't give a fuck about money. They literally have infinite money glitch, no troll. I don't know why, but I wanted to do that. I've heard like crazy stuff about Raid, like how they get their money, and I'm not sure if it's true, but bro, how do you just tell that it's housing? Oh yeah, it is housing. Honestly, I don't feel comfortable with these guys in my face. Okay, or are you guys just gonna... Holy shit, they want me fucking dead. Okay, bye. Oh, motherfuck. Oh, motherfuck. Okay, never mind. Don't buy. Hello, I'm back. Hello. Yeah, we're chilling. It's fine. It's fine. My fault. My fault. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Hi. Hello. Let's actually like, break you. Okay. Did I do that sort of right? I think I did. Anything on those W me. Bro, my gym friends are calling me. Monkus. Oh, hell no, I'm gonna be late. Whatever. I hope they understand that I'm speedrunning Minecraft. Bro, I missed the gold? Okay. About fan art related stuff, I probably did not respond to that, I'll be honest with you. My Discord DMs are crazy flooded. I hope you like. I opened up. I'll be honest with you. I did open up one. Boom, boom, boom. Dude, my inventory is so clogged. Should I get more pearls? When I read my DMs, I read my mods DMs. Just in case I'm getting hacked. Alright, I'm just gonna go. I'm taking too much time. Really need anything else? Eight, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Well, yeah, I don't know about all that. Definitely was not me. What can it? But I mean, like, you know, a 30K offer for my YouTube. I mean, you know, I'm open for that. 30K, like, for a little sponsorship. Hello. I'll do it. Oh fuck, bro. Holy fucking mobs. Oh my god. God. Hi, Zeus. Hello. Like, I don't really need to, like, find a spawner here. Oh my fucking god, bro. Like, why do you guys just like to, like, bother me when I'm doing, like, the most important things, bro? Why? For what reason? Why bring you joy after hitting me once? I already have 8. What am I doing? What the what the terrain? Fuck, I fucked that one up a little bit. Perfect. I'm looking for the end portal. Just right now. I need wood. Oh my god, this fucking witch. That's not enough. Wait, Andres, why did you just chop down the whole tree, bruh? I don't know. Oh my fucking god, I can never break in peace. Do anything in peace with my... Dude. My bad. I didn't mean to troll there. You know, getting a migraine just playing Minecraft, bruh. Here, what's that? Probably the new pink one. Pink one's on fire. No? 128. 128, 230. Oh my god, it's far. This is a far portal, bro. I'm just gonna get through there right now. Oh, come on, come on. Like 130. Must not gonna use any more pearls. Is it 128? 230. Wait, what did someone said earlier? What's the best Y low to dig down in? $35. And if all goes well, I should be in the portal. Okay. What? Did he die? Bruh. Okay. I mean. Oh, low key, I was not gonna go this way. GG's though. I won. What happened? Got to grab food from Bo. Can't pro anywhere. Ah, I see. GG's. Well, I think a bunch of yes, please, just please, just please, just please. All right, that's GG's. Yo, I said I'll play one more and I did. So that's it. No more from me. No more from me. No more from me. All right. I am done here though, because I have to go to the gym before my friends leave me, and I'm gonna be there on bench by myself. So yeah, chat, I'm gonna give chat. I will see y'all later. I am gonna run home. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. All right, chat. Peace out. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I'm right, Kyle F. He's streaming right now. He's doing the same thing I'm doing, but obviously we're both noobs, I think. So yeah. All right. Bye. Thanks for watching the stream. Love y'all. I'll be back tomorrow with more speedruns because I love it. I'm addicted and I love addicting so much. Wait, what am I saying? All right, bye. Yum, 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 yum. All right, bye. Bye-bye.
I did.